Welcome Neil, Anvi, Balaji, Shiba. Everyone, till we wait for other participants to join, request you please go through our social media platforms and do follow on our social media platforms. Dates. Hello, welcome everyone. We are waiting for the participants to join. We'll start the session in next few minutes. Till then, you can follow us on our social media platforms. I've shared the link in the chat box. You can go through our social media platforms, our meetup communities. Till the time we wait for the part. Hello everyone. We're waiting for the participants to join. Till then, you guys can follow us on our social media platforms. Go through a meetup community, join them as well. We will start in next few minutes. Till then, you can go through our social media platforms and our meetup community. Hello, am I audible now? We will start the session by 10:10. Hello everyone. Audible? Can someone just please confirm if I'm audible clearly?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll start the session now. So, hello and welcome everyone. I am Shubh Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any queries or need any assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. So the topic for today is PL-7008, Create Agents in Microsoft Copilot Studio. This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, LOT, open source development, and DevOps. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics and Microsoft. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, which are persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamentals certification. Then it advances to advanced role based certification, and finally to expert level certification. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log in to the Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. We are thrilled to have Mr. Om Prakash Pandey as our today's speaker. He is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for this webinar is Introduction to Microsoft Copilot Studio, Understanding Conversational AI and Agents, creating, customizing your first agent, integrating agents with Microsoft 365 and other services, and best practices, governance, and real world use cases. Uh, this is the 7 hours of learning plan, which includes 1 day webinar, self learning plan, mentoring and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please to connect with us. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement badges for PL-7008, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share the badge on your LinkedIn and X profile. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. I would like to take a moment to share some information about the certification workshops we conduct at Synergetics. The Saturday webinars you have been attending are designed to give you a brief overview and summary of the full course content. However, the actual certification training programs for these courses run over 4 days, and we are currently offering them at a special discounted rate exclusively for webinar attendees. On my screen, you can see the list of in-demand certification courses we are currently focusing on. For more details, I'll share the number and email ID to one of my colleague, Mr. Vivek Balasundaram. For further details, if you're interested, you can connect with him. And if you need more details in depth, you can, email him or just give him a call. I'll share his contact details in the chat box. Do follow us on our social media platform to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, and the certifications training we do. The links are shared in the chat box. Please do follow us on our social media platforms. Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a good day, guys. I'll hand over the mic to a speaker now.
Thanks, Shub. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining on time. Thanks for your patience and support. Shub, my colleague has already mentioned about quite a few details. Let me take things ahead from there. As far as Microsoft Learn is concerned, Microsoft Learn provides additional and more resources from perspective of modular learning, gamification, ensuring individuals have right knowledge, right set of details, perspective of understanding, implementing technologies, going deeper into areas specific to implementation perspective, giving a sandbox kind of environment where people can get a first hand experience in terms of how that technology would work, having simulations, having interactive guides makes things simpler and get a first hand experience of how we can have a protected environment and try out certain things. This learning process should be rewarding. This learning process should be easy for people to work with. That's why here we have gamification as well, and like Shubh was mentioning about, once you all get these learning badges, you all can you all can put these learning badges onto your LinkedIn, share it with your other colleagues, let them know that you have been investing time in learning and acquiring new technologies, making things easier for their existing team members, and showcase the readiness for new upcoming projects. Some of the recent news that you all might have been seeing, where there has been enormous amount of layoffs, people who are not aligned to artificial intelligence, individuals who are not aligned to new era technologies, emerging technologies, to solve that problem, that's where industry conscious and emerging technology conscious organizations like Synergetics come into play. Microsoft, our partner, and our other alliances that we have, we are making sure that we help a lot of individuals to get onto these new technologies of agentic AI, agent creation, and how to make these technologies simpler, easier for individuals to adopt and work through them. Moving ahead with PL-7008, which is a Power Platform resource, Power Platform applied skill. The core purpose of this applied skill is to bring hope and implementational knowledge in individuals who are from non-programming background, people who have been working with Excel formulas, people who have been working with other integration technologies, how do they create business solutions easily. That's where we have Power Platform coming into picture, using more than 1000 plus connectors available within the environment and using low code no code solutions through functions, through dynamic entities, making sure they have right answers and suggestions for developers, because they have a great business understanding. They understand how are these business process flows happening, how are the processes working within an organization. So they have this knowledge, but to represent that they are facing a problem. That's where Power Platform comes into picture. From Microsoft's perspective, they have created a complete series of resources over here, mapped with the learning components, mapped with relevant certifications. One can start off with PL-900, which is Power Platform Fundamentals, PL-200, which primarily focuses on developing model driven applications, developing standard power apps using a jazzy look and feel, using canvas based applications. Using model driven apps, we can integrate with Dataverse. As the name suggests, it is universe of data, pulling data from different data stores. Power BI has been very popular amongst organizations for quite some time, and one of the most powerful products from data visualization perspective. The aligned certification for that is PL-300. People who want to get onto power automation, especially RPA based solutions, robotics process automation, like tools that you all might have heard about earlier, that is Blue Prism or Automation Anywhere, creating similar kind of resources with low code no code solution. Here we have Power Automate RPA using and getting certified on that is PL-500. PL-400 is focusing on people coming from developer background, especially JavaScript, .NET, how they can write their code, use respective assemblies over here, right? And then build customizations within the existing environment. For expert level certification, Power Platform Architect role, we have PL-600. There are quite a few applied skills as well. Right now we are focusing on one applied skill, which is Copilot Studio. If we look at the details available from perspective of Copilot, let me share some of the links on the chat. So you have a complete learning path available. We have complete learning path available. If you want to go deeper into understanding how Power Platform can assist individuals, how it can help them make their life simpler, you can refer to some of these components, some of these learning path links over here. Now once it comes to implementation of resources, you can use all these lab links from Microsoft Learn, or we can also go to GitHub as a resource where you see maximum amount of information being shared over there. I would recommend make a note of these links so it becomes simpler for you all to refer it later. As part of this course, as Shubh mentioned, there are primary aspects that we are focusing on, specifically overview of the Power Platform environment, getting into details of creating and configuring custom agents, authoring of agents, deployments of agents on available channels, how one can go ahead and configure generative AI as a resource within our custom agents that we are creating. Finally, how do we connect to one of the internal resources within the Power Platform, which is Dataverse. Before I proceed ahead, can I see a quick raise of hands? People who have worked with Power Platform earlier. Can I see raise of hands? People who have worked with Power Platform earlier. I can see only one hand being raised by Bharat. Saurabh, Mehak. Okay, that's good to see. Two more. Anybody else who has worked with Power Platform? It could be Power BI, it could be Power Automate, Power Apps, any one of them. That's good to see. I think by listening Power BI, most of them have started raising their hands. Because Power BI is a very old resource. Lot of changes have been done, so that's good to see. Around 12 of them have some prior experience on Power Platform. Thank you very much, guys. Put your hands down. People who are, thanks network, Saurabh, put your hand down. So people who are new to Power Platform, this is how it looks like. So Power Platform primarily is based on Dynamics 365 as an environment. On top of that, we have resources like Dataverse. There are more than 1000 plus connectors that we have. We have Power Platform Admin Center, where we can do the required configuration, creation of respective environments, configuration of certain data components, data members over here. All this is being taken care by Power Platform Admin Center. If you look at Power Platform resources, the basic components over here that we have is Power Automate, which involves Power Automate Desktop. Then we have Power Apps, where one can create model driven apps, canvas apps. We have Power BI for data visualization. We have Copilot Studio. The older name was Power Virtual Agents. So these are certain base resources that we have as part of Power Platform as an environment, and depending upon our need, one can go ahead, use one of these resources or use combination of resources. It's up to us. Before I proceed ahead, can I see a quick raise of hands? People who are from developer background, Java, .NET, Python. Can I see raise of hands? People who are from developer background. I can see 6 hands going up. Okay, 2 more. Anyone from developer background? Can I see raise of hands? Java, .NET, Python. Okay, not bad. So I can see 11 hands being raised. So guys, thank you very much. Put your hand down. Shall we have talk over here or mixed kind of experience? Because most of these things which can be done through a programming language, can also be done by a low code, no code solution by using some of the readily available resources over here. But like I said earlier, you have extension points over here, extension based resources available. Along with this, some of the earlier knowledge that you all might have regarding application lifecycle management, that would really be helpful. Here if you see, using the admin center, we can have Power Platform environment being created, which could be dev test environment, staging environment, production environment. We can create these kind of environments here. Within each environment, there will be different solutions that one can create, which is the packaging structure that you have inside your Power Platform environment. Now using this packaging structure, like you may have used jar file, war file, DLL files, right? This is the packaging structure that we have within our Power Platform. Now once you have these solutions being created, we can export it to the next environment. Not just that, you can also go and import these solutions from outside resources, outside members. So we have options of import and export. So you can import it into the environment, export it from the existing environment. Now all these resources are being mapped within Entra ID in terms of users, respective groups that we have, and we can give specific users and groups permissions on the environment, permissions on respective solution components, right? So all the knowledge that one would have acquired as part of the development is applicable over here by using application lifecycle management and dev test scenarios. So that fundamental, apart from that, versioning of resources, right? Even that plays a pretty vital role over here. So depending upon our need, we can keep creating as many number of solutions, package them and work with them. So that's the purpose of Power Platform, and this is how the structure is being mapped over here, right? So you can import resources, we can have respective solutions being created, right? So whichever organization, whichever customer you are working for, create resources, agents accordingly, package them, export them. Let's proceed ahead. So as far as the respective links are concerned, I have already shared you all the links. You can refer those links. As far as link for redeeming the badge is concerned, my colleague Shubham has already posted on the chat, so you all can refer it from there. Shubh has already mentioned that, so you all can take it from the chat. Now as part of this applied skills, there are plenty of topics that we are going to cover. Building an initial agent, what are the elements inside that agent, like topics, triggers, how do we configure nodes over here, what could be respective variables and entities that one can create within this environment, how we can configure a generative AI as a resource. Now guys, as part of our current session, you all don't have access to the lab. So what I have done is, I have provisioned a scalable lab within my environment. I will use that, and through that scalable lab, I will show you the complete demo of how we can build an application over here. These recordings will be available to you all. You all can refer it later as well. And if you all have a environment with you all can try out all these steps. As far as the steps are concerned, the steps are a part of your GitHub lab environment, so you can refer it from there as well. That should make things easier from implementation part of it. Let's go to Power Platform. Like I mentioned earlier, you have multiple resources over here: Power BI from business analytics perspective, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Pages as a new resource. So earlier, this Power Pages also was part of your Power Apps as an environment, and this was primarily focusing. This primarily focuses on making external facing websites, making organization information available to external individuals, people who are not part of the organization. Now, if you look at the architecture over here, this will help you map with MVC architecture, which is another majorly used resource, majorly used pattern from implementing complex applications. So here if you all see your Power Pages or Power Apps, this should be seen as a view resource. They should be seen as a view member. Apart from this, if you look at the next resource, that is model, your dataverse should be seen as a model. So using connectors, we can connect a lot of third party resources, get that data, map that data to the Power App or Power Pages components. The next resource that you will see over here is the controller. So if there is any logic to be written when you are connecting, when you are performing any kind of inserts, updates, deletions, any kind of conditions one would want to check, those things can be done using the controller, which is your Power Automate as a resource. Like I mentioned earlier, using our Power Platform Admin Center, any kind of UI resources one would want to, any kind of admin resources one would want to create, checking for analytics, billing, setting up new resources, data integration, any kind of policies that one would want to enforce, data loss prevention policies, or any other uh, permissions you want to give on a broad level, all those mappings we can do using Power Platform Admin Center. Just give me a moment. Let me go to Power Platform Admin Center. admin.powerplatform.com. Sorry guys, just give me a minute. Let me log into a right environment. I'm not sure how many of you have used this earlier. There is something called as Microsoft Developer Program, and using this Microsoft Developer Program. I have got my resource created, and being an MCT, it was easier for me to enroll into this program, get access to all the services and members available within that environment. So usage of Microsoft Intune, usage of Entra ID, P2 as a license, any other complex resource that one would want to leverage upon, even Power Platform resources, all these things becomes easier for me. So now you can easily see the difference. The earlier one was my organization account where I didn't have enough permissions, whereas here on this environment I am a global administrator. So I can see set of actions being performed, right? This is in terms of analytics. If anything is going wrong or there is some problem over there, in manage section I can see creation of new environments, creation of respective environment groups if required, tenant level settings, if you want to allow certain things, deny certain things, management process, any on-premises gateways that one would have created, because in hybrid environment we may want to refer to the local or on-premises environment. Any other analytics that one would want, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Pages, you Dynamics 365, all these are members of your Power Platform, and all this configuration can be done over here. Can you please tell me how am I faring right now? What is my security score? Any identity and access level mappings that needs to be done? All those security compliance details are being mapped over here. What is the deployment status of Copilot? Copilot Studio, people are using it, not using it. All this information you can find it over here. If there are any kind of custom pipelines that needs to be created, right? DevOps resource, application lifecycle management resources, which pipelines are executing, failed, succeeded, all that information one can see over here, right? So this is our Power Platform Admin Center, one-stop shop for various critical mapping or service level mapping of resources. In our current environment for PL-7008, we are not going to go into lot of details. Our primary focus over here would be from perspective of environment creation. So here if you see under the manage section, here we have options for environment creation. Guys, I'm going a bit slow showing you all these options. That is a very good question. Samuel, you'll have to just check for Microsoft Developer Program, and while doing that, use your MCT ID. If you're already an MCT, that should be helpful. Just check for Microsoft Developer Program. Just give it a moment. What I want to show over here is different type of environments that one can create. Should not take this much time. Okay, so here you all should be able to see different type of environments. Sometimes these credential creates an issue. Credential, when there are multiple tokens, that's why it is preferable that we take a private window, incognito window. So there's no issue in terms of token. Just give me a moment. So I'll go back. So you can see the environments over here. Can you see? So I know what kind of issues happen over here. Right? So we can specify name of the environment, say OWS environment. Do you want to make it a managed environment, managed by Microsoft, or you want to manage it yourself? Type trial, developer, production, trial subscription based, which is mapped to your Azure subscription, or you want to go for the license. These are all license based, license of Power Platform, developer, production, trial, sandbox. So we can use any one of these resources. Do you want to add a Dataverse as a solution? Do you want to map it with pay as you go model with Azure? Right? There are different options available here. What is the currency that you want? Do you want to deploy sample applications and data? Right? So whatever settings one would want for a given environment, we can mention it over here. Okay, so I'm not sure if this will get created because I already have set of environments all pre-created. I'm adding a new one. So at times in this test, dev test kind of environments, you get issue in terms of how much available resource once we have. So if not required, we can get rid of some of the older resources that we may have created. Don't touch the default one. So in this case you might see MSFT default. So don't touch the default environment. Other environments, if you are falling short in terms of spaces over here, you can remove other resources. Now whatever solutions we might be creating, we will create these solutions inside the given environment. Right? So I'm through with this. I have got my environment ready. This might take a moment to remove other resources. Let's move ahead. I have skip a lot of other details from perspective of Power Platform, because that's not what this session is all about. Our primary focus in this session is Copilot Studio. As Shubh mentioned earlier, once it comes to conversational AI, as the name suggests, there are two terms being used over here. One is conversation, and second is artificial intelligence. Anubhuti has a very good question. All can be integrated with ERP. So Anubhuti, if I'm not mistaken, you are referring about Dynamics 365, customer service and other ERP solution, ERP and CRM solutions, FNO, Business Central. Yes, like I said, the background over here itself is Dynamics. So any integration with Dynamics 365, no problem. If you're talking about other ERP solutions, you will have to take a look at the connectors. So based on the connector availability, yes, you can connect. There's no problem there. Let's go ahead. Once it comes to conversational AI, conversation primarily would mean two people communicating, especially human beings communicating with each other. That's what we will mean by conversation in this context. And why I'm saying human being? As far as AI is concerned, AI typically was created to make sure there are human beings or human thinking that can be simulated. That's the core purpose of artificial intelligence. And when we're talking about decision making, when we're talking about language translation, when we're talking about uh, visual understanding of details, everywhere the focus is in terms of simulating a human thought process, human brain. Same way in terms of conversation, whenever there is a conversation happening, the conversation should be in such a way that it should emulate the human thinking. Now, how do human beings converse? Human beings remember the context based on their prior knowledge that they have, based on information they have by reading or looking at text, right? Reading the information, they will be able to collate all this information together and then respond back. Correct? Similar kind of thing should be done by conversational AI as well, and that's the attempt over here. Remembering the context, having relevant knowledge sources, and responding to the end users. Now, how would that help? So, first is there should be a consistent, it will help by providing a consistent managing, even if the communication is happening across various channels, right? As far as the workforce is concerned, there will be a much higher efficiency, much higher productivity. We as an organization, we should be able to take up higher and complex workloads and even work with capacity constraints. Now, one would say, Om Prakash, are you sure what you're talking about? So, you're saying I have less number of people, but you are still promising higher efficiency. How is that possible? Here, we are referring to agents. Instead of human agents, we are referring to software driven agents. And using these software driven agents, what we are trying to achieve is the same knowledge which I was giving to an individual or a person. Now I'm putting that information, sharing those details with the IT assistant or a IT agent which is there. So that assistant will provide information, search for details, and it will not just answer technical questions, even non-technical questions which it is being trained for, it can answer those questions. Even if there are higher demands, if there are more number of requests coming in, it does not get tired, it does not feel fatigue, right? Instead, it keeps responding at any time during the day. So any kind of challenges or restrictions one might have from a timelines point of view, since being a software based resource, since being a software component, it can answer all the queries at much more faster pace. That's the advantage with conversational AI using agents. Along with this, along with conversation, we can have automation with conversation, right? So if you see the backend members like Power Automate, Power BI, Power Apps, right? So any kind of backend automation using these tools, even that is possible. So now we have less number of people. Most of the tasks are being taken up by assistants, right? We are optimizing so the digital workforce by giving them software based assistance, software based tools, and by doing that, when they when these individuals reduce doing the monotonous work, we will have more time in terms of innovation, right? I will have more time in learning or acquiring new technologies, creating POCs, proof of concept for them, talk to my customer, find out if they have any other problems, challenges, concerns, and create new agents for them, create new solutions for them using agents or even without using agents, right? But that will give me more time to work with the customer. If you look at Copilot, now first question is, Om Prakash, I already have a chatbot based solution. So are you sure when you are offering me a new solution, you are charging me for that? So are you giving me something which is new on top of the existing member, or you're just trying to repackage those things, right? Older product, new bottle. Are you doing that way? So conversational AI, yes, the interface wise it may look like a chatbot, but there is a lot of things which is different behind the scene. That is querying data with APIs versus grounding. So here, when it comes to conversational AI and using generative AI as a resource, it generates information, generates contents, rather than just searching and giving back the searched information. That's one level of difference over here. Second thing that you have is there is a pre-built content topics. So based on which of these resource should trigger, how it should go ahead, how should it take the conversation ahead, all that things are being pre-built, pre-mapped over here. So there are some of the uh, standard topics, right? Pre-existing topics, system topics. There will be another set of topics as well, which is custom topics. So when a specific keyword is being mentioned, how do you want to take it ahead? What would be the next steps for mapping these resources, mapping these members? Now, once it comes to this information, or once it comes to these chatbot solutions, they are picking information across multiple locations, right? So that makes things simpler. So rather than an individual jumping from one page to second page or one website to second website, going outside the environment to fetch the information, all these things are mapped at one place, right? And the most important aspect which I was mentioning earlier, that is, it should be simulating a human being, that is context. It should understand the intent of the questions being asked. So while talking about human beings, we may not want somebody to judge us, but here the entire conversation is happening on judging, understanding the intent of the question being asked, what is the person trying to verify or check as a value, that information is being mapped over here, right? That context is being taken care and the appropriate response is being given. So if you look at this Copilot, what it will help us provide is natural multimodal interface. You can converse using text, converse using images, right? You can upload a video saying, this is what I want to find out. And the responses that you see, they need not only be as text based messages, they could also be as image as well, right? So there are different type of models which a Copilot is working on in the backend to provide us with right kind of information. Now, if you see these details, it could be internal information, it could be external data source as well. Now, what if there is some information not available internally? Then what happens? So there are two things to do. It says, I'm sorry, I don't have this information, or it can generate some content from outside using outside information, external information, and showcase saying, sorry Om Prakash, I don't have the exact information, but I think this should be helpful for you, right? So in terms of responsiveness, in terms of adaptability, what is the type of user that we are talking about, and how we can give a best response to that user. So all that information is part of your Copilot. So if you look at the Copilot stack over here, the entire environment is based on artificial intelligence, safety, security environment, mapping of relevant policies, which data to be shared, which is not to be shared. From our interface perspective, we will connect to Copilot Studio, create our agents, and once our agent is created, we can directly share it with the customer. If customer is suggesting any changes, any updates, we can go to Microsoft 365 Copilot, map it with relevant apps, have a AI orchestration in the backend where we have our data, where we have the function models, AI toolchain, and all this is running on underlying AI infrastructure, right? Which is being provisioned on Azure environment. So like we were discussing in the environment, we can directly go to our Azure subscription, map that subscription here. That's one option. Or the second option over here is use the license within license of Copilot Studio, which will automatically help you leverage on AI infrastructure. If you look at the Copilot Studio, sorry, the UI has changed. This is the older UI, but from the detailing point of view, we can build our own agent, customize set of pre-existing resources. If there is a connected platform, we can work with that. We can have governance and control, which is part of our Copilot experience. Just give me a moment. Let me go back to copilotstudio.microsoft.com. You'll be able to see how it looks like, what are the options available here. Right? So this is the new environment that you will see over here. Just give it a moment. I've extended a trial. This is my environment, OWS environment. So before we start working, first step would be to make sure we are in right environment, which is OWS environment. We can create set of agents over here. Okay, we can create our respective agents over here. We can map with relevant agent flows, that is Power Automate. It's taking slightly longer. As of now, I don't have any flows over here. I can create a new one. Flow primarily would be your Power Automate resources, which can help us interact with other members in the background. Here, if you'll see, there are some of the pre-existing agents, or I would say pre-existing agent templates that you can use for creating a new agent, right? So website Q&A, IT help desk, citizen services. So it says, Om Prakash, do you know what is the broad level resource that you would want to create? Tell me that. So around 60 to 60% or 40% things I can do it by default if you choose the right kind of template here. So here if you see, there are backend resources over here which Copilot Studio can communicate with. That is Bot Framework SDK, Azure AI Foundry, Power Platform connectors, AI Builder, right? So this is what we can use. This is what we can leverage upon while you are working with Microsoft Copilot Studio. And we can create custom solutions, custom resources for Microsoft. Mehak has a very good question. How do you log in into this platform? So Mehak, there are quite a few. There are two primary things I would say. So first is you need to have a Entra ID login. That's one. Second thing that you require over here, you will require an instance of this environment, instance of Power Platform. So you need to purchase a license. Okay, purchase a license for Copilot Studio. Have your directory within Entra ID, and you should be able to connect to this. Yeah. So Mehak, for today's lab, you all don't have the scalable environment. I will show it as a demo within my environment. So in terms of Copilot Studio, what Microsoft has done is they have shown you how one can go and create a custom solution. So they have created a sales copilot, service copilot, and believe me on this, Dynamics 365 maximum resources have been upgraded to Copilot. Along with this, even within Microsoft 365 suite of products, productivity solutions, you have lot of these members which is mapped with Copilot. So the word Copilot is Microsoft's term used for generative AI. Yes, Anubhuti, it is given by our company, but not in the free session. It is given in the paid sessions. So you can connect to Bala from my team, and whenever we have a paid session being done, we will help you with the appropriate subscription and the lab environment where you all can practice these things. This is a very important slide, guys. I would need everybody's attention over here. So here if you see the outermost member, so environment we already are aware about. Within that environment you can see your solution here in the dotted line, right? This is my solution. Now within this solution I have Power Automate, where you have cloud flows, connectors, HTTP requests. This is your Power Automate environment. Now within this cloud flow, you'll have your appropriate business logic, your appropriate connectors. Along with this, there is one more box that you'll see here. This is a box which is representing Copilot Studio. So within Copilot Studio, here you have your LLM based model, which is continuously learning, right, from the information being given. Along with this, you have appropriate entities, standard entities, custom entities, Azure conversational language to understand instructions being given in a normal English language. All apart from that, respective topics, system topics, custom topics, generative answers, all these things are packaged inside a Copilot resource. Okay, the agent that we are creating. So this is primarily your agent information, agent details. From data storage point of view, I mentioned about data verse. From Entra ID perspective, I mentioned about RBAC, role-based access control. From environment, import, export, maintaining of versions, I mentioned about artificial, application lifecycle management, right? When we are trying to connect with resources within the environment or outside, you'll need pre-built connectors. Now, once it comes to these agents, there are quite a few resources available within the environment. If you want to extend it, fetch certain resources from Azure platform, third-party resources, we can do that as well using these connectors. So external ERP solutions, CRM solutions, we can connect to that. Any other external SaaS application, any Azure services, cognitive services that you want to connect to, any third-party websites that you want to connect to, we can do all those members. So if you look at your agent, if you look at the backend connectivity, backend communication, everything is ready. Now we will have to make it available to the end users, right? So how do I do that? You can deploy this or you can make it available to various channels. So you have channels like Slack, Teams, X or Twitter, Microsoft 365, Copilot resources, right? So we can expose these members, we can make these agents available to respective channels. So you'll see these channels, your agent, solution, Dataverse, RBAC, all these are a part of your current environment. Okay, from an extension point of view, one can see Azure Bot Service, one can see Azure OpenAI, Azure AI Search, Dynamics 365. As part of today's session, what we will be doing is we will go to each of these sections step by step as we proceed ahead, see the integration of these options, how these work, what are the resources available here. I hope this makes sense to you all. That's a great service, great question, Mehak. Azure Studio was the older name. Azure Foundry is the new name for the same. Now within Azure Foundry, you can have Azure OpenAI services and you can have other models. So OpenAI primarily is openly available models that you have. As far as bot service is concerned, cognitive services are concerned, these are separate Azure services which are not mapped with generative AI, but they are AI related services. I hope that makes sense, Meg. Yeah. So Microsoft has its own set of models, and it also allows us to create a lot of third party models or third party resources, because Azure is also a hosting environment, right? Like one can host resources. Here you can host your applications, or you can host your models as well, so that one can go and fine tune these models and specify appropriate knowledge sources over here. So once it comes to your creation of members. Here we can look at the starting step, that is getting appropriate license for Copilot Studio. The next step over here you'll see is creating your own agent, where we can specify the attributes, properties, if there are any specific knowledge sources that one would want to map while creating this uh, agent, we can specify that. Now once this agent is created, we have got the license, we have got the agent created. Now go inside the agent, create appropriate topics, uh, what would be the triggers for it, what would be the entities that one would want to map, any other third party member association integration, all these things over here when we are creating a topic, any specific nodes that one would want, all that authoring has to be done over here. Now once it is being done, if there are any actions, plugins for connecting to resources outside the environment, within the environment, right? Power automate integration, all those things will be done over here on step number 4. Step number 5, if you see, once the agent is ready, all the backend integration is being done, topics or triggering mechanism is being taken care, go ahead, make it available in the channels, which could be Teams as an environment, Slack as an environment, Skype as an environment, website as an environment, make it available to end users. That's it. So users will go and connect to the channels, they will type their prompts, type their questions, queries that they want. Using the action, using the plugins, you can connect to external resources, trigger those topics, get the information, share with the customer. Job done. Now what are these two additional steps meant for? So here if you see these additional steps, one is monitoring to check how many requests we are able to manage. Is there any step of the process which is taking too much time? So using process mining, we can rectify those issues, solve that challenges. From conversational services perspective, if you find that I'm sorry, I'm not able to scale it beyond a certain set of requests, right? I have a complex logic which I'm not able to implement over here. In those scenarios, we can go and integrate with AI Foundry, use OpenAI models or use other Azure models, Azure Cognitive Services, especially search services, Lewis kind of service, and using a bot framework for chatbot solutions, standard resource that one would want. So this is the last two steps that you'll see. This is more from monitoring perspective, and if there are any new request which is being shared by the user, how do I handle that, right? So this is primary steps that is being involved. You can customize it for Copilot as well. Now just wrapping these things up from perspective of broad level, 3000 feet view, what is Copilot Studio components. So first, the foundations over here is laid out with security and governance, where we have trusted identity, advanced role based access control. In terms of Copilot lifecycle, we have options for test pane, which we will see on the right hand side for dev test kind of environment. I already mentioned about the ALM automation, versioning, creation of environments, creation of solutions inside that. From connectivity point of view, I mentioned about Power Platform, number of connectors, usage of Azure AI Foundry. Now all these things are working based on the backend large language models, which is helping us generate some of the information in the background, give us proactive suggestions. If we have our own model being created from outside, which may not be part of Azure, even if there is some outside model that we can connect using a REST API, you can bring our own model as well, right? So from UI UX point of view, this is a standard conversational AI. You can plug it inside our inside our web application or any other environment that one would want, and leverage on this, right? I already mentioned about low code no code solution, Power Automate as a resource, so I'm not mentioning those details once again. So this is how Copilot Studio would use these members, use these resources and work with them. Last but not the least, one might try and understand what would be the scenarios where this would make sense. What would be the use cases where I can leverage on these members. So if you look at various verticals over here, education, manufacturing, healthcare, financial services, or within a specific function or a department, okay, so these are set of pre-existing use cases that one can see over here, where one can leverage on benefits of Copilot Studio by creating our own agents, by creating our own resources over here. We can leverage on these services. Just give me a moment before I go to the details within Copilot Studio. I would recommend all of you all to go through a link which is Microsoft Scenario Library. Excellent resource. It should make sense for all of us. Great question, Mehak. These are use cases in sense where one can use it, but they are not pre-built libraries. Libraries in sense they are pre-existing models mapped to a HR domain or mapped to a manufacturing domain. It is not. This is depiction of where one can use it. So everyone, let's go to our Microsoft Scenario Library. I've shared the link on the chat. You can check with that. So here we can proceed ahead, find scenarios for your function, customer service, finance department, legal department, sales, operations, right? So this is within the department. Then there could be industry specific scenarios as well, especially in terms of retail sector, media and entertainment, manufacturing. So when an individual is working in terms of factory operations, so they have given specific use cases like I mentioned earlier. So if you have to see this use case in implementation, we will need to purchase the product, purchase the respective licenses for it, and then start the implementation process. So take your time, go through scenarios in every function. You can go through scenarios in every vertical, see what is the use cases. We can go into specifics of them, identify incoming. Now this one is for manufacturing scenario, reduce the freight leakage, identify incoming invoices, use a custom copilot for it, use an AI agent, scan for errors, update database, query it, and finally prepare reports. So each of these tasks over here in this scenario is done by custom copilot. Now once it comes to your environment over here, we can create set of agents using the pre-existing template. We can click on new agent, create an assistant which can help me with employee onboarding activities. Right. So for HR function, I would want to create an agent for it. And by typing this as a simple natural language, it can help me generate an agent. Can you see this? So this is the context that it is creating. Assist users with aspects of onboarding, providing checklist, answering common questions, guide new hire through the onboarding process. They understand company policies, procedures, available support, respond promptly and accurately. Now this will be the purpose of this agent. Whatever name we want to give it, onboarding assistant. what should be the specific task or activities for it. So once it is done, we can go ahead, click on create. So what is the kind of orchestration you want? Use generative AI to determine how best we can respond to users and events. What is the response model being used? So if you want to use the LLM agent or you want to use a SLM agent, this is an SLM 4.1 mini, or you want to go for a LLM based model, depending upon number of parameters that you would want to work with. Yes, Aishwarya, you're right with that. So you can have a API integration, you can have your REST APIs being created, and you can associate or invoke it using your Power Automate over here. Anubhuti, you have to check for the pricing for this. Or if you want to go for Azure subscription. So whatever icon you would want, whatever agent name that you want to mention over here, right? So here if you see, you have an overview section. So Mehak, if you have Azure subscription, while creating your environment, you have to associate it with your Azure subscription. In case you want to use a license, you can start with a trial license and then purchase a actual license. So here you can see you have options of knowledge, tools. You can add another agent over here for integration. You can add a topic from here. So which resource, what variables you would want to add over here. You can check for analytics of how many requests we have received by now, right? But that will be after we publish it. So all these are the components that we have within our environment, right? And finally, once we decide to publish it, we can publish it on a demo website, Teams channel, web app, Slack. So these are set of resources which are available to us within our agent. So I hope this makes sense for you all from perspective of understanding what are the options available, and how one can go ahead and create set of use cases, right? Based on your requirement, you can specify this is what is my expectation, my requirement, and then talk to specific Microsoft agent, and then get appropriate license or subscription for it. We'll stop here, take a quick break, and once we are back, we'll go into details of Copilot Studio and actually see each of these things in action. Okay, and then we'll also have a relevant lab implementation using the scalable environment, where I'll showcase an end-to-end case study of how these resources can be used, and we can have a relevant agent being created. Before we get started, everyone grab a cup of tea or coffee. Let's assemble back in 15 minutes. 1 5.
Everyone, please do redeem your badges while you're on break. Going for a break or after coming back from break, please do redeem your badges. Share the link in the chat box.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's proceed ahead. So, before the break, we discussed about various details from overview of what is our platform all about, what is the relevance of Copilot Studio, what are the components that we have within Copilot Studio, and how these resources can help individuals, organizations, what are specific use cases over here. I'm sure everybody has redeemed the badges. Let's proceed ahead. Now, we understood that these Copilot agents can help us solve day to day problems. They are already backed by conversational AI, LLM based models in the backend. If you want to choose between LLM and SLM, we can do that as well. We can specify what kind of naming conventions that one would want to use over here, any details or security related aspects in case we want to mention that. We can provide that information as well. Now let's see how these things are being done. So step number 1 is launching the environment, that is copilotstudio.microsoft.com. In my case, I have already done this earlier. So if you all remember, before the break, when I went into this environment, it said, Om Prakash, your trial license has been expired. You'll have to extend the trial license, which I did. People who are studying it for the first time, they will have to go and get the free trial. Now, once you are inside this environment, we will have to go make sure that we select the right kind of environment, because inside, like I said, the outermost boundary over here is our environment. Within that, we'll have our solutions, and within the solution, we'll have our agent. So here we have to select our environment. We have to specify what is the features that one would want, or what is the type of agent that one would want to create. Mention that using a conversation, using the language that one would want. We can mention that, or we also have pre-built templates over here. So using these templates, if there is a specific attribute or a specific type of agent that one would want to create, and more than 60% of those things are being taken care by any one of these templates, it will be better to get started with that. Now, while we are creating these agents, we can specify new copilot action using a conversation, or use a template. Now, while creating this template, we can go and specify the details over here. What is the name that one would want, description, any initial instructions that one would want to mention, right? That information we can provide over here. Along with this, if there are any kind of knowledge sources that one would want to mention over here, we can specify those details. We can specify those members over here, right? So these will be set of primary elements, primary entities that one can mention as part of the agent creation. If you look at conversation, like how I showed you, I want to create a onboarding assistant, right? So I mentioned that as a text over here. Now, leveraging on these text resources, leveraging on these members, here we can specify our details where one would want to decide whether they want to go for a fundamental component using conversational AI, and before we go ahead and make it available to our end users, right, where they can type their own kind of queries or requests that they have, we should be able to leverage these things at our level from a resource creation level itself. And that's why Microsoft has added copilots almost everywhere. So starting from conceptualization, conceiving that idea, creating the initial set of resources, till the final step, everything can be mapped using a conversational AI. Here, if you see natural language understanding, it understands the intent of an individual, what kind of resource one would want to create, right? And using that intent, it will create basic topics. It will have the underlying details being mapped based on that intent. Now, how does this work behind the scene? So here, if you see, in terms of natural language processing, there is a raw text or an information which is being given. All this pre-processing is being done using set of tokens, right? Now one would say, Om Prakash, how is it different from how a SQL server as a database would work? So guys, if you look at any of your earlier data stores, whether it is SQL database or files and folders, it is like one-on-one mapping. So you ask a question, it will answer if the content is available, search for it, give the information. As far as LLMs are concerned, they don't work on a similar manner. They don't retrieve exact information and give it back. Instead, they will manipulate this information, add additional information, add more detailing to it, make it more user friendly, make it more usable to the end customer. Correct? So the way the things have been stored is using a vector database where each resource is mapped with a token number. Because as a human being, when we keep talking about a lot of things, we may be using certain words repetitively. That repetition is being minimized by using these tokens. So even a bigger set of word being used can be broken into smaller words and associated with a token, right? So that's how it is being stored. Now this model is being trained for a specific purpose, specific department or industry vertical. So it understands that intent. Now based on that, it will perform tasks like text analysis, sentiment analysis, doing machine translation, data summarization, and enable question answers using conversational AI. So right now, what we are doing is we are looking at a use case in terms of conversational AI. Let's go back to our environment here. Let's see creation of a agent. So one agent I showed you using a conversational builder. Let's take a look at an agent over here. Skip to configure. Right. So whatever name one would want to map over here. So what is the course selection? Help the user identify relevant role-based certifications or ARB certifications. If there are any suggested prompts. So what prompts do we want to mention over here? If you want to add a knowledge source, let me map this as my source over here. Public website. Confirm that your organization owns the website. No, it does not. Right. So this is the agent which I am creating, which is a learning services agent. Now once this agent is ready, on right hand side we can see the test pane over here. Use generative AI. Enable your agent to search all public websites. If you want to enable that, we can do that as well. So I have a knowledge source. You want to make it stricter, make it focus only on this knowledge source, or you want additional web search to be done. So we can map that. If there is any specific trigger or any third party agents that one would want to add, we can do that. Now there are some of the pre-built topics over here like goodbye, greeting, start over. So we can see the activity map over here, how things are happening in the background. Hello, how can I help you today? Help me with Power Platform certifications. So now this performs the search on specific environment, the knowledge source which is being mentioned. It can also go to the third party websites as well as mapped over there. And finally gives me the response. So you can go for Power Platform Functional Consultant PL-200, Power Platform Fundamentals PL-900. What are the options available here? Any specific certification for agentic AI? So if you see this, some of this information may not be from the knowledge source. Agentic AI certification by GSDC, IBM, RAG, Agentic AI system architect, right? Some of these things are now going outside the Microsoft environment, Microsoft Learn link that I have mentioned, and is fetching information from that. So it's up to us to define whether we want to restrict this within the knowledge source or we want to allow it to go outside the knowledge source. Right? We have specified the priority. Priority is first go to this knowledge source. If you're not able to figure it out or get the details, go outside and get the data. Right? So this is how we can create our agents. So I've showed you using the conversational AI, and I have also showed you this resource using standard description, standard details being mentioned. Let's go to the next section over here. So here if you see, we are now going deeper in terms of topics, right? So like I said, this is our main slide, and we'll focus on specific sections within the slide. So let's now go to custom topics. So as far as topics is concerned, as the name suggests, we are specifying the intent, we are specifying what kind of conversation we would want to have, and we would want to have conversation on a specific topic. So today our topic of conversation is Power Platform, and even within that we are specifically talking about Copilot Studio, right? Similarly, we may have topics like account inquiry, weather inquiry. Om Prakash, can you help me with AZ104, that is infrastructure services, AZ204, how do you develop applications using Azure platform, right? Can you help me with customizations within Power Platform? So how I can use .NET assemblies over there, correct? So that each of these topics would be different from each other. And when I go into that topic, or when am discussing about that particular technology, I'll go deeper into that area, right? So that is what is referred as topics, that is what is referred as conversations over here. Now, if you go to topics in Copilot Studio, each topic will have a trigger, set of phrases which will initiate or get started with that member, right? What are the next set of steps that one would want to perform? So once being triggered, like I said, hello, it says, hi Om Prakash, how I can help you, right? And then I can go ahead with the next question. So that completes one topic. The moment I say help me with Power Platform, it will not go to greeting. That topic is taken care. Now it will go to the next one. Start checking for the knowledge source, because it knows that this particular question being asked does not map to the phrases mentioned here, right? So where does it map to? Let me go to the next topic, right? So that's how it keeps moving between one topic to second topic. There could be something where I'll say, uh, help me about my financial status, or help me with TCS details. They'll say, sorry Om Prakash, I don't think I'm being trained for it. I don't have that information. Can you please ask me something else? Right? So there is also a possibility that a Copilot agent may not be able to answer a question, or answer multiple questions which is not part of what it is being trained for. And it is same, it is also true with human beings as well. If they don't know something, they'll say, sorry, I don't know this. Same thing holds true for agents. So when it comes to authoring of these topics, once it comes to authoring of these topics, similar to what we mentioned earlier for agents, here we can start from blank. We can use conversations for it, or you can use some of the lesson topics over here, pre-existing members, we can utilize that, take a copy from that and then make required modification, same way as how it follows templates. So from a natural language you can mention what is the topic details that you'd want to go ahead with, what is the conversational request response that one would want, mention those details there. Now once your topic is being created, like I mentioned, it will have triggers, you can add appropriate topic nodes inside it. Now each node will perform a action for you, say asking another question, gathering more details, performing a decision making. All these things will be part of your nodes inside the environment. Just give me a moment. Let me go back to my resource over here. Let me go to topics. So here if you see, these are set of custom topics: goodbye, greeting, start over, thank you. There are set of system topics that we have, right? If you want to add a new topic, if you want from blank, you want a copy of this, I'm not seeing an option of conversational AI within my environment. No, not even here. Actually, there should be two options here. Add a topic from blank, add a topic from conversation. Okay, not a problem. I'll show that in the lab environment. So right now, let me go with the standard one. So within the trigger, we can go ahead, add a variable over here, add specific conditions that one would want. That's one option. Or we can go to the settings section, use generative AI orchestration. Okay, use classic orchestration, and here we should be able to see set of phrases. So what phrase do you want to mention over here? Say if anybody asks uh, about onboarding activities, how should I start my day, new tasks assigned, right? So from the broad level context, here we are specifying specific phrases which will trigger this particular topic. Right? So what is the topic name that we want to map over here? we can mention these details. So in terms of phrases, here what we are doing is we are training our agent that if this kind of information is being given or this kind of text is being mentioned, then initiate this execution. Right? So if you see some of the examples over here, issue my card, block my card, right? So these conversations will be triggered, or this will be a trigger phrases for debit card, credit card kind of topic. Similarly, there could be another topic for location. So find the nearest branch location, find a banks near me. But what you see over here, between both these topics, none of the phrases are overlapping. Okay, each set of phrases is unique in nature. Now one would say, Om Prakash, what will happen if the phrases are overlapping? If the phrase is overlapping, the only option there, if the phrase is overlapping, the only option there would be it will go into a dilemma, it will go into a problem, saying there are two topics which is mapping. Tell me which one to go for, right? So what one should do is, as part of your best practices for topic, we should create a reusable topic and avoid any kind of topic overlap. For any of these topics, there should be minimum of 5 to 6 phrases so that it becomes easier for it to understand the intent and associate a right member over here. So we can vary sentence structure, mention the key terms, have unique verbs and nouns, right? We can avoid using the same entity variation, right? So these are some of the best practices for creating trigger phrases. Now once it comes to these topics, similar to our programming, how we have classes, how we have methods inside that, same way here we can have conversation start, conversation end, the curly braces that we may have used. Then we have options of conversational boosting, where you want to ask more questions, uh, allow parameters to your methods, right? Any kind of escalation that one would want to do, right? Any kind of um, exceptions being handled, fallback kind of mechanism, throws, right? Those kind of things, these are part of your system topics. The basic programming structure that you see, that is part of your system topics, right? Like I gave an example, multiple topics matched. In our case, it will not happen, especially in terms of programming, it will not happen. But here it is checking for intent, it is checking for phrases and keywords. So this is a possibility within creating an agent. Along with this, if there is any kind of reset conversation, you want to remove all the values, start over all over again, right? As part of your repeat until loops that you have, those kind of things can be mapped over here. So once it comes to these topics, depending upon our requirement, we can take a copy of that topic, delete that topic, or disable some of the topics which is not required. Now where do I see this information? All this information will be available here under system topics. What are the options available? Custom topics, what are the options available? Right? So this is where we can check for these topics. Now once you have this trigger created, once you have the topic being mapped, what next? So now what we have to do is add required conversation nodes. So you want to send a message, you want to ask a question, you want to, based on the answer being provided by the user, you want to add a condition over there, right? Now once it is being done, we can store that information into a variable, right? Move from one topic to second topic. So one way, like I mentioned earlier, is based on the trigger it will move automatically, right? But if we are creating custom topics and we want to reuse one of the existing members, say if you take the previous example, it said I want to replace my debit card, right? After the debit card, after that request is being taken, what is the type of debit card, gold card, silver card, then the user asks, tell me a location, nearest bank location. It will automatically switch from the debit card topic or a card topic to location topic, right? That's what is part of your topic management ourselves. So I don't want to rewrite the same steps once again in my current topic, because I already have another topic handling that scenario. Like how one can invoke one function from second function, same way one method from another method, same way we can have jumping of requests from one topic to second topic. From additional perspective, we can call an action or automate cloud flow, or we can invoke HTTP requests, have generative answers like I showed you all earlier. Just give me a moment. Here, let's go to our custom, that is initial tasks. I have already mentioned some of the phrases over here. Onboarding activities, new tasks being assigned. Let's ask a question. Hi, mention your name, or what is your name. Now how do you want to store that information? So here I can store this information using pre-existing members. You see there are a lot of pre-existing variables over here. So here I have one of them as person name. What is the name of variable you would want? Type as string. Okay, send a message. Welcome Mr. Miss. Whatever value was being captured in the previous step, we can add that detail here. Now most of these things generally we do by using code, right? All of these things is being done using topic nodes over here. You have joined which department, right? So I can ask that question here. Now this could be a multiple choice option, right? So it could be sales department, it could be marketing department, or it could be sales department, it could be HR department, admin department. So which department the user has joined, the employee has joined, we can ask that question over here. Right, and here below if you see, multiple choice options. Here we can store that details as department name, right? And based on the value being mentioned, now what next set of actions one would want to perform. So based on each department, what is the day one tasks which is being mapped. I can send a message over here. Please refer to the documentation or repository link provided by correct. So whichever relevant department the person has joined, if I have to give a specific message, I can put it over here. If I want to put a generic message, I can put it outside these conditions. Right? So it can be a simple environment, it could be a complex resource. How one would want to create this member, we can do that mapping over here. So while we are trying out these things, creation of nodes, creation of phrases, we can go ahead, check for the topic onboarding. Hi, mention your name. My name is Om Prakash. Welcome, Mr. Miss Om Prakash. You have joined which department? I have joined admin department. Please refer the documentation or repository link provided by the admin. So whatever the department name, it is displaying that details. Correct? So what I have done for now is I have shown you all how to ask a how do you store a value into a specific variable, right? And then use that variable in the conditions section. Now once it comes to question node, we can mention the options over here. We can pick these values from an entity, or we can type these values directly. In our case, we have typed the values in that particular topic. So if you want to reprompt or skip behavior, say for example, the question is compulsory, right? So unless user has mentioned that details, I don't want user to proceed ahead, right? So here in more section, we can go to the properties of that question, where we have question behavior, entity recognition, interruptions, allow questions to be skipped, reprompt, repeat up to 2 times, retry prompt. So you have some of the specific behaviors over here that one can map. So on each section, you'll have additional options, attributes, properties that one can configure over here. We can have relevant adaptive nodes. So if you are not too happy with the way how things have been displayed, I have a slightly complex kind of UI. You can use your JSON attributes or JSON based code over here and represent all the information. Right? So how do you want to sequence it? How you want to map that members over here? So we can specify it in adaptive card properties. In terms of topic management node, like I mentioned, you can move between topics. So you can specify, I want to go to another topic. Can you please help me with that? So here, if you see the option available, topic management, go to another topic. And here, I want to end the conversation. End of conversation. So once I have given the response to Om Prakash or whichever is the user who has logged in, I want to close this entity over here. Or I would want to ask for more details. I want to enhance the conversation. Tell me more about yourself. Tell me how do you like this organization, or how was your experience of the day one. So any additional questions one would ask, you can go and enhance the conversation. I already showed you all the condition node. We can have additional conditions or else conditions over here. I've shown you all how to check the conditions over here. In our case, it has, the moment I mention department name here, automatically it checks for that value, right? So while describing these resources, I have already shown how one can go ahead and create these members, create the resources over here. Anyone? Any questions before I proceed ahead? From an implementation point of view, this is a low code, no code environment. Lot of pre-existing members over here. Thanks, Chandrakant. Let's proceed ahead. So once we have these nodes created, what we can also do is we can also create some of these values through an entity. Now if you recall, while storing name of the person, we have used a pre-existing entity, right? Similar to that, we can create our own custom entities as well. Now if you see this carefully, this particular section, that is that what we were working right now, that is onboarding task, this is actually a custom topic. Entity is outside a custom topic, which means once an entity being created, it can be reused across multiple topics, and that's the advantage of creating entities. Now these entities could be common set of values which is relevant to a department, like department names, department locations, right? These are something which is, so why do you want to repeat it again and again within other resources? And even if it increases in number, you don't have to go to every topic and change that. Just go to one place and make the update there. So things like person name, location, numbers, right? Date and time, colors. These are predefined entities which are being created. Let me go back to my environment. And if you see, I already have one scenario over here, which is department, right? So let me go to the settings section from the top right hand side, and here I can create my entities. If you all see, age, boolean, email, speed, state, temperature, zip code, these are some of the pre-built entities. Let me add a new entity over here, closed list, department name. So I want department names as HR, admin, sales, IT, L&D. Now, while adding these things, I may have synonyms as well. Okay, I can add synonyms as well. So HR primarily refers to human resource. As far as admin is concerned, administration could be another name, or ERA management department, reimbursement management department. So there could be different set of names that people might be using for a specific department. If somebody is asking for IT admin, server management department, so there could be additional names or synonyms being used for a particular department. Right? So any other names that one would want to use for a pre-existing department, and here I can enable smart matching. So if there is a spelling mistake or if there is a small challenge there, how we can go and map that resource. Yes, once you enable smart matching, it will not check for cases as well. Even if there is a misspelling, grammar variations, words with similar meaning, it will verify that. That's the purpose of smart matching. Let's save this. Once it is being done, let's go back to our topic. Let's go back to our topic, and here identify. So I can create an entity from here, or if I already have an entity, I can select it from here. Select options which you want to show to the user: HR, admin, sales, IT, L&D. These are the department names which I want to display. So department name admin, department name HR, department name IT. Right? So these are three departments which I am checking for. If you want to add more departments, we can do that as well. We can add more conditions over here. Say for example, if I want to merge two members, so I want to merge sales and marketing into one condition, we can do that as well. Department name is sales or L&D. I want to merge them together. Right? So we can have multiple conditions, and this could be and or. Right? So you can add that member over here. Let's save this. right? So this is how one can go and create respective nodes, work with members over here. So if you look at the way how these agents have been organized, so within an agent you'll have your topic. Within an agent there will be multiple topics. One topic can communicate with another topic. Within each topic you'll have a trigger node mapped to unique phrases. You can have questions, save those responses. We can have appropriate condition over here. We can map the messages over here, right? So that's how one can go ahead and specify these resources. Now some things which is common across topics would be your entities. So we can have built entities, we can have custom entities over here. Along with this, something which is common across topic would be your knowledge sources, which could be your websites, your OneDrive files, your external resources. That is something which is common across multiple topics. So when it comes to custom entities, an example which I showed you all right now was a closed list. Similar to that, you can have regular expressions as well. If you're checking for an email address or if you're checking for a specific set of pattern, there we can leverage on regular expression. So if you look at the use cases over here, find specific character patterns, validate text to ensure it matches a predefined pattern, extract, replace respective substrings, right? Many a times there is a specific type of pattern that we are looking for, especially once it comes to employee ID, product ID, invoice code. In those cases, these kind of regular expressions will be helpful. I showed you all the variable details. How do you store the value inside a variable? How do you use a value of that variable when you are formulating a message? Specifically in terms of username. Now whenever we have multiple topics, now this is more like a method, uh, passing values from one method to second method, right? Same way we can pass variables between topics. Give me a moment. Let me go back to the environment here. Let me add one more topic. Daily tasks. What phrases we want to map over here. And if you see the variables, right, here, so we can pick values from previous variable. So what is the receive from other topics, or you want to return value to original topics. That mapping we can do over here. Let's go to initial tasks. There are two topics, department name and name. I want to pass it to return value to original topic. So whoever is invoking, I will accept these values and pass these values to the invoking member. Let's go to daily tasks, topic management. Right. So here if you see, I'm redirecting. So now please understand what is the significance of this step which I am doing. Before going to daily tasks, I'm trying to ensure the user has done day one tasks. So on day one, what is supposed to be done? That guy has to go through all the required documentation. If he or she has not done it, doing daily tasks will not be possible. So first thing which I want to ensure, even if the daily task has been invoked, it has been triggered, first I will send him or her back to the day one tasks. First complete the onboarding task, then come here. I don't want you to come half prepared and then start uh, disturbing everybody else. So go back, do your study, do your homework, and then come to the session, right? So that's how you will be able to do the required mapping. And that's the purpose of why we are invoking the initial member, passing this details there. As far as the variable scopes are concerned, so whether you want to store that value, make it available only to your current topic, or you want to make it available across topics. Now one would say, Om Prakash, we already have entities there, right? Even in case of variables, like in programming also, we have option of static variables, global variables, which is values available across number of instances, right? Class instances. Same thing is possible here as well. Now, whatever we have discussed till now, this is all part of your current topic, working with resources. What if I want to integrate or interact with external members, external entities, external databases? Then what do I do? In that context, you can use something called as Power Automate flows, right? The new term right now is tools. So you can go and configure a tool over here, and using this tool, we can connect to external resources. Say there is a SQL database as a service which is available, or if there is any other SaaS application that one would want to use, right? If there is uh, any third party API that I would want to connect to. Now all these interactions, all these communications can be done using your Power Automate connector resources. So what it can do is, it can invoke these members, pass certain details to it, retrieve information from that, right? So this will be your approach for it. So if you look at your options available here, so we can leverage on cloud flows, use respective connectors, use appropriate HTTP requests to perform that integration, perform that mapping of resources within our current topics. This has undergone a change. It's no more called as actions. Instead, the new name given is called as tools. So here you can see flows and tools. Right? And here you can use something called as agent flow. Now within our agent flow, here we can specify when agent calls the flow, what should be the steps being performed, which connector, which resource we want to associate this with. Okay, which connector, which resource we want to associate with. Please be aware. Here it is showing what is the connectivity options: premium connections, standard connections. It does not mean it will also provide the license for that tool. I'm sorry for that. You will have to get your own tool. You will have to get your own license for that third party tool. Say for example, I want to connect with say Adobe Acrobat, right? So I need to have license for Adobe. I want to connect with Asana, or I want to connect with Bitly, right? Basecamp. Any of these third party resources, you will need to have either free trial or you need to have a license of that member. Because when you try to configure these connectors, the first question asked is, can you please tell me the credentials, or if there is a key for that OAuth key which is being mapped, help me with that key information, right? As far as Microsoft 365 services are concerned, that's simple and straightforward, so you don't have to worry there, because with the current license you will already have access to most of these members. If you're looking at Power BI or any other agents, any other specific services, you'll need to have respective license being procured for that, right? So licensing is something that you will have to take care separately. It's not available within Power Automate as an environment. Once you have those licenses, once you have access to that resource, then you can go and use it. So while we are performing the steps here, we can specify what is the input parameter, what type of parameter you are passing, and what will be the output response, right? So what is the input, what is the output? So if you look at the action types, I showed you all right now one member here, Power Automate Cloud Flow. We can have pre-built connectors, custom connectors, AI builder, or if you want to connect to bot framework. See guys, this is more from a interactivity point of view, or integration of pre-existing resources. Why should I create it all over again when I have some part of my module, some part of my resources already created, right? So we can have pre-built connector actions, Excel online, mail online, desktop flows, which we can leverage on. Again, you'll need to have licenses for Excel online and other members. Like I said, if you already have Microsoft 365 subscription, or sorry, Microsoft 365 license, automatically these services are a part of it. There could be free services like MSN Weather, which can be invoked through RESTful endpoints or through direct connectors. So as we go ahead, we'll be able to see how one can create a cloud flow, how we can add attributes or invoke these members from our existing topic. As part of our resource creation, we have already specified within our agent we have already specified leveraging and mentioning the options for generative AI. I'll go to that details once again from the settings section, right? So the responses will be dynamic, or you want classic orchestration, right? as far as response formatting is concerned. Now, what is the moderation that you want to map over here? So, do you want to have high moderation, low moderation? Do you want to use feedback and retrain the model? One second. Right? Do you want to have connectivity between other agents? We can mention that. Content moderation. See, if you want uh, lower moderation, which means it can generate any junk content as well. Junk in sense something which may have a very low chances of mapping to your requirement. So it will be more verbose, you'll get more information, but it could be a lot of junk or unusable kind of information. So you can organize it or you can map it based on your details. You want to use general knowledge, you want to capture information from web which may not be mapping to the knowledge source like how we did earlier. Do you want to allow image uploads, file processing capability? Do you want to have tenant grounding with your own environment? Right, so we can customize, enable these options within generative AI. Along with this, as part of our system topics, as part of our system topics, you have option of enhancing the conversation. I don't know why it's asking for saving it. I already have saved it. So if you go to system topics like conversational boosting, can you see this? The core intent of conversation boosting is going back to your generative answers. And here we can go and specify which data source you want to map over here. Right? So those things can be done as part of your conversation boosting. Like how you may have seen human beings do that. So if you want to extend that topic, extend the conversation, do more chit chat, right? So you'll say, can you talk about something else? That's how you can do conversational boosting over here. I already mentioned about the features of generative AI. If you see the options available, public website. In our case, we have used Microsoft site. It could be your own knowledge repository through SharePoint, Dataverse, or we can go and upload files over here. I just showed you all about content moderation. So we can go ahead, add appropriate knowledge sources over here. So if you see the options available, we can directly upload a file, connect to OneDrive, connect to SharePoint, connect to Zendesk, Snowflake, SAP, Oracle, Azure Databricks. These are set of options available for adding a knowledge source from where you want to fetch that information. And if you see, Azure SQL is by default available here as one of the options for knowledge sources. Once it comes to your triggers, right now we have used phrases, that's one option. Apart from this, there could be options like event received, activity received. There are other options available from triggering point of view. So once your job is done, once you have performed all the tasks and activities, now make it available via channels over here. So people can start leveraging, start using these resources. Just give me a moment. Right, so I have tested my resource. Let me go and one second. Let me go to the settings first. Generative AI, content moderation, to security. So if you are publishing on a public website, you'll have to use anonymous authentication or no authentication. If you are publishing on Teams, you can go and authenticate with Microsoft. So once it is done, let's go ahead, publish it. Let's go ahead, publish it. Right, so once it is being published, I can go to specific channels over here. I can go to specific channels over here and I can publish it onto a demo website. So once it is published, I have the channel available. So same things which I was doing on my test pane is now available to be verified, to be tested. How I can help you today? Help me with Gen AI certifications. So you can see information from Microsoft Learn. You can see information from DataCam. Right? This is the advantage of using information from Microsoft and outside, from knowledge source and outside knowledge source. So we can get a summative kind of resource, summative kind of information from different sources. So guys, does it make sense for you all? How to publish your resource, make it available onto a specific channel. And there are a lot of pre-existing channels that we have. Genesis, Live Person, Salesforce. Sorry for the delay. We'll break for lunch here. So what I have done is I have gone faster in certain areas, right? I have skipped certain things on purpose, because after the lunch break, what I am going to do is I am going to show you a complete demo, right, where I will perform activities step by step so that it can correlate and y'all can see it as a single application, right? And when I'm doing that, that's when I'll have another opportunity to go deeper into specific areas, explain these things to y'all, and we should be able to I should be able to take more questions while I am doing these practicals, right? So everyone, let's break here for lunch. Once we are back, we'll go into details of the lab implementation, we'll be creating multiple agents, and through these agents we'll be able to see how this end-to-end communication with the Dataverse, what we have seen as a diagram, comes into implementation. Okay, so don't miss the fun of getting this implemented, seeing a complete end-to-end demo. Yes, Murali, that's what I'm talking about. So after the lunch break, I'll show you both scenarios. One scenario you all have seen already, right? Publishing on web anonymous. After in the lab implementation, I'll show you the Teams implementation also with Dataverse integration. Can we deploy the agents locally? Murli, locally you can't deploy them. I'm sorry. Locally in sense on your Windows environment you are saying, right? Windows or Linux environment. It will not work locally. It will be on Teams or on a website. Aishwarya, when you're talking about Azure virtual machines, again, you'll be using it as a website. Does it support cross-platform suggestions? No, I didn't get you, Manoj. When you say cross-platform, are you referring about uh, multiple models, or you are referring about cloud platforms over here? See, right now, like I showed you all, it is using a GPT model. So that GPT model I already have explained. So you can use LLM or you can use SLM, and then train that model specifically. It can go to your multiple knowledge sources that you have trained it on, fetch data from there and give you the response. Guys, let's break for lunch. Let's assemble back in an hour's time. Now that's a valid question. Murli, like I mentioned earlier, you have free trial. You don't get credits over here, but you get free trial. So use your free trial and create your own use case as a POC. Yes, that can be done. Because this is not a Azure subscription. Even in Azure, you'll see you have a free subscription. So do it that way.
Everyone, please do give your feedback uh, and please do redeem your badges, learning achievement badges before going for a break. I would request you to please give your feedback and do redeem your learning achievement badges before going for a break. Thank you so much.